This is the King Power Stadium, home of former Premier League champions Leicester City. This season, City are struggling against possible relegation, and today, 2 players will be eliminated from Snooker's BetVictor Championship League. That's because we've arrived at the conclusion of Group 5, where the top dog will join Hossein Vafai, Sijawi, world champion Kyron Wilson, and Leicester's own Mark Selby in the winners group here at the Mattioli Arena next month. It promises to be quite a day, because with every player recording at least 1 win yesterday, a myriad of permutations exist. The only concrete scenario is that with 4 wins out of 4, world number 1 Judd Trump has qualified already for the semi-final playoffs this evening. So what's in store for this session? Well, action on Table 2, which you can watch all day on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, gets underway with Tom Ford taking on Joe O'Connor, who beat Neil Robertson 3-0 in the last match to finish last night. As for Table 1, it starts with a Matt Selt doubleheader against 2 kings of the Crucible. A little later, Selt faces Stuart Bingham, but first, he'll try to be puncturing the perfect record of Trump. I'm Phil Yates. David Hendon will be in commentary also today, but calling the shots for this contest, let me welcome Stephen Hallworth.
Your Trump to break.
Thank you, Phil. Good morning, everyone, once again. And yeah, you're absolutely right. What a day Judd Trump had yesterday. Brilliant performance, as we expect from the world number 1. Thoroughly dominant and pretty much has confirmed his place in the playoffs. Probably looking for the clean sweep as well today, Will Judd. So interesting to see how he sees out his remaining 2 matches.
Well, nice start from Selt. Head-to-heads between these 2. Make of it what you will. In tournaments outside of the Championship League, Trump leads 14-3. When it comes to Championship League meetings, they've played 4 times previously, and Selt has won them all.
4.
Yeah, it's an interesting head-to-head, that, isn't it, really? Possibly Matt feels more at ease in this sort of environment, playing against someone like Judd Trump. In the big events, naturally, the better players will always rise. Makes for a very intriguing encounter, does this. Short matches still, best of 5, first to 3, so it really is anyone's.
12.
A quick start is always important, regardless of the format.
Well, in the first session yesterday, quick did not apply to Matt Selt's matches. He lost 3-2 to Neil Robertson first up. He was 2-0 down, fought back to force a decider, but wasn't successful. And then he lost 3-2 to Joe O'Connor in a match that spilled over into the second session, as it were. So he was 0-2. But then he started the process of retrieving the situation somewhat with a 3-1 win over Tom Ford last night. So he's got 1 point on the board, but he's 4th in the table because he's won 7 frames, lost 7. So a victory here, and all of a sudden he'd be right back in contention for those playoffs. This is a very busy session for him, actually. I mentioned he plays Stuart Bingham next on this table. And then he completes the session against Jack Jones. Now, that match is scheduled to be on Table 1, but of course it might go on Table 2 if there's availability over there earlier.
Got the option here, Matt, to play into that cluster of reds directly above the black. Doesn't have to play it though, because there is a little bit of danger to it. Just playing for the loose red, it seems, just dropping the cue ball through. Always worth trying to get into the pack of reds when you've got a little bit of insurance at the back of the pack, as that loose red is providing.
can be a very heavy scorer, Selt. His most significant win over Trump, 6-3 in the last 32 of the UK Championship in 2021. Had a 128 break that day and 4 other half centuries. That's typical for him when he's playing well.
Yeah, he's a good all-round player, Matt Selt. He really is. He's got a good all-round game. Again, they're taking the chance to go into the reds there. Good pace he's played it at too. Just controlling the cue ball into the pack, knowing that he's going to be on this red at the back. He would have been unlucky not to have been on it. He's okay.
Selt has to defeat 2 people every time he plays. 1 his opponent, and 2 himself, because he can get very annoyed with a subpar performance, or indeed, as he showed just before Christmas in a clip that went viral. It was very funny, actually, when his opponent has a lot of luck. The clip I'm talking about is Selt plays a beautiful shot there. He was up against Artemis Zizins, who, in the deciding frame of a qualifier, fluked the last red, frame ball and match ball last red, and Selt just couldn't contain himself and he just shouted, "Oh no!" at the top of his voice. Then you heard some banging backstage as he vented his spleen further. I thought the whole thing was very amusing, actually. As he goes about his merry way here, the highlight for me was when Zizins deadpanned, "Have a good Christmas."
52.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the best one-liners we've ever heard in the game. That's absolutely crippled him as he's left the arena. Fantastic. But this is a good break so far from Matt, and it's a chance that he just had to take. We saw last night in our final match here on table 1, Jack Jones had a brilliant chance in the first frame against Judd Trump, broke down on 63, and Judd made a counter clearance. That match seemed to turn from that moment. Matt Selt needs to steady himself here and try and see out this visit, because he's got the balls perfect now.
And we talk about his scoring abilities, and we were mentioning quite often yesterday Jack Jones chasing the world record for most centuries by one player in a professional tournament, and that record is jointly held by Kyron Wilson and Matt Selt. Selt in 2023 made 23 centuries in this tournament. That's how good he can be.
59.
Very precise with his cue ball.
Yeah, and one thing I really like about Matt Selt is that he is very precise, and he takes great pride in, you know, tidy breaks. There was a moment yesterday against Tom Ford where he made a big break and he actually asked Tom what the high break was to try and pip him to the £500 prize for it. And I just spoke to Matt upstairs and heard a conversation between him and Tom, and Matt actually said that he wouldn't have been happy to have cleared the table at that visit against Tom, because there was a moment in the break where he landed on a ball that he didn't play on, and that really annoyed him, which tells you a lot about Matthew Selt. He's a perfectionist when he's in amongst them, and he prides himself on good cue ball control.
And ironically, when Ford made his 137 yesterday, he did drop on a ball he didn't play for and carried on the break
68.
after a small apology. That's part of the game, I'm afraid. You cannot be too much of a perfectionist. I think it's a detrimental part of your makeup.
Yeah, I must say I'm delighted every time I land on a ball I haven't played on.
73. Selt 73.
Don't know whether you recall the shot I'm talking about with Ford, Stephen. He was basically playing for the black, and he did drop on the black, but he dropped on it to the middle pocket. So Matt Selt getting the day off to a very nice start. A break of 73, a clean opening frame. Judd Trump trails. We've swiftly arrived at 1-0 on both sides of this arena, because on table 2, Tom Ford, in the battle of the Leicester players, has quickly taken a 1-0 lead over Joe O'Connor. If O'Connor wins that match on table 2, I think at the very least he would be guaranteed to come back for Group 6 tomorrow. With 3 wins, more often than not, you make the playoffs. But early struggles for O'Connor. Yeah, the first frame on table 2 was pretty similar to the first frame here. Ford won it with a break of 71.
They're just playing a shot that, just trying to tempt Matt into playing back down to the balk area, which he can do from this shot. He can just skim off the reds very thin, swing the cue ball around, try and get over the green side. Good, just dictating shot selection there for Matt. Trying to just end that stalemate of rolling into the reds. It's not the sort of game he likes to play. Well, he got very close to the pot, and he clearly fancied the cue ball threading through the reds and back out to safety, but in missing the pot, got the cannon to the reds, and he stuck Matt right in amongst them. Not a sort of mistake you see from Judd very often.
This is Selt's second group involvement. He entered the tournament in Group 4, and although he didn't make the playoffs, he did finish in 5th place. Now, when you do that, that stamps your passport to the next group. And for these players, that's the base requirement, the minimum aim to keep going. The players who finish 6th and 7th at the end of the round-robin phase, they are eliminated from the tournament. And the players who finish 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the round-robin, they contest the semi-finals and ultimately the final. So it's 1 place 4, 2 place 3 in those semi-finals. That's all coming up a little later. As it stands, this table remains wide open.
Yeah, and it makes for a very competitive day of snooker, because I like it when the groups go close. It keeps it competitive, it keeps all the players honest. Sometimes in this format you can have dead matches, and hopefully we won't have any of them today. Going to go right down to the wire, it seems. The fact that every player has registered at least 1 win sort of supports the fact that it is going to go close.
Yeah, I think the player in most trouble is Neil Robertson, because he's not got that many frames on the board, only 3 actually, and he's played 4 matches, 1 point accrued.
30.
But even then, if Robertson were to come out today and win both of his matches against Jack Jones and Stuart Bingham, suddenly everything shifts.
Yeah, Neil will have been very disappointed with his day's work yesterday. The fact he did play 4 matches, only the 1 win, but only the 3 frames won. He lost 3 matches 3-0 yesterday, Neil, and that's something you certainly wouldn't have predicted at the start of play yesterday. But again, the beauty with this format is that it can turn very quickly, so all is not lost for the Thunder.
$90.
He landed absolutely A1 on the blue there to get into those reds, and well, he's been unfortunate. If he's landed badly hampered to this red to middle, it's a very tough pot. If you can get to somewhere close to the centre of the cue ball, he's okay. Yeah, he was absolutely fine there. This is now a great chance.
I think that was a classic example of just how deceiving sometimes snooker angles can be. When he played that shot, we all assumed he was going to have, as you say, Stephen, horrible cueing, and in the end he cued the white with ease.
Yeah, and I suppose the one good aid that we have in scenarios like that is the player's body language. You can quite often tell if they've landed fine if they just get round and don't make any faces or any noises at the table. Usually when they don't land, especially Matt Selt, he'll let you know exactly how he's feeling.
And anyone who says that luck doesn't play a part in snooker, well, it's just preposterous. I think one of the matches that sticks in my mind as being the most prime example of how luck can influence a result was a match between these two. And it was a pretty important match as well, semi-final of the Gibraltar Open in 2021. It wasn't so much that Trump was lucky to win 4-1, it was the fact that Selt had so much bad run. Felt so sorry for him.
36.
But there's no need for Selt sympathy at the moment. Everything going his way.
And that's where, when you hear people talk about the luck evening itself out as well, it's hard to agree with that to a certain extent, because, as you say, if Matt got so unlucky in that match against Judd, that was in a semi-final of a ranking event. If he gets really unlucky in this match, it doesn't quite feel the same. You know, it certainly depends on
37.
the severity of the match and what tournament it's in. If you could have it your way, you'd have all the run in the Triple Crown events, obviously.
$43.
First frame, Selt very precise in making that winning break. This contribution a little more complex, a little more
44.
taxing, but he's still okay.
He's just lost his cue ball somewhat with that previous shot, just screwing back. I think he's gone the wrong side of the blue there. He wanted to come this side as we look at the table, across the face, slightly thinner than he would have liked. He may have to take this blue into the corner pocket now, and just looking to see where he can leave his cue ball over that side of the table. Well, he's eyeing up the black. You feel he's one good pot away here from winning this frame now. That's a good strike. Very confident strike from Matt. If he's straight on this red to right corner, this really is a frame winning chance. Brilliant shot.
World number 33, but of course, a ranking event winner. Indian Open.
Yeah, and he won't let you forget that he's still the reigning Indian Open champion. That event was never staged again.
59.
Not yet, anyway.
$60. $67.
2 one-visit
68.
efforts from Matthew Selt.
Yeah, and continuing on his brilliant head-to-head record in the Championship League against Judd Trump. Really taking the game to him here. Judd made a mistake, a misjudgment in attempting the long red at the start of this frame. Didn't get his cue ball through the reds and back out to safety, and this has been the result. Brilliant contribution from Matthew Selt, and now a real chance to make a century break.
$81. $82. $88. $89. 9.
Made over 200 centuries as a pro, Matt Selt.
$96. $97.
And here is another one. I think this is one of the reasons he gets so frustrated. He knows how good he can be. And when he doesn't reach those heights,
104.
that's when the annoyance builds.
Yeah, and I suppose you could say that about a lot of the players on the World Snooker Tour.
107.
You know, there's so many good players about now. All can do this, but all can't do it consistently, and that's the key. This has been a great start to the day for Matthew Selt. Now we'll be looking to try and put this match to bed as quickly as possible. He's kept Judd in his seat for the large part of this match. Not very often that happens.
116. 122. 129. And the frame.
The 89th century of this year's BetVictor Championship League. It is supplied by Matthew Selt, who very efficiently, very impressively takes a 2-0 lead over table-topping Judd Trump. Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. Leicester is the hometown, the home city of both Tom Ford and Joe O'Connor, who are going head-to-head on table 2 right now. Look like being 2-0 to Ford, but O'Connor has got the chance to perhaps steal the second frame. We'll let you know whether that clearance is successful. As for Judd Trump, well, everything went his way yesterday. 4 wins, 3 by 3 frames to 1, the other by 3 frames to 0. Now, though, he's 2-0 down to Matt Selt, and that 100% record is in serious jeopardy.
And he's made one big error in this match, Judd Trump. It was in the previous frame, the ready attempted, but he was punished heavily. Now, Matthew Selt certainly deserves his 2-0 advantage. But that's all it is at the minute. It's just an advantage because this match is not won yet. Judd Trump won't give up, won't lie down. He'll try and fight to turn this one around.
Of course, the chief priority for Selt is to win. But if he can win 3-0, he'd have a 10 frames won, 7 lost record with 2 points. That's pretty healthy with a couple of matches still to go.
One.
A man possessed.
Yeah, another extremely good long pot from Matthew Selt. What a strike this was. Oh, absolutely pured it.
Bear in mind, outside of the Championship League, Trump has won their 6 most recent meetings, including a couple this season in the Home Nations events. 2 last 32s at the English Open and Northern Ireland Open. 4-1, 4-2 were the scores there. So,
Selt 6.
is that the first sign that Selt could be sensing the winning line?
Well, I suppose if you can even be critical about his opening red that he knocked in, he landed the wrong side of the blue, which meant that he had to play that red from further away than he would have liked, which made it missable. It wasn't an easy pot, that. But fortunately for Matt, well, he didn't leave anything easy, but what he did leave was a 3-ball plant that Judd has found. Never ever misses a trick, Judd Trump.
And no one plays in and out of balk in potting the blue better than he does. Okay, that was relatively simple for him with the use of running side, but when it comes to recovery shots off the blue, in and out of balk, back to the business end of the table, he's right up there. I can tell you it is just gone 2-0 to Tom Ford over Joe O'Connor on table 2. O'Connor missed the pink when he needed the black in addition. Ford tidied up.
Well, that was another brilliant strike from Judd, and the red just beneath the pink will pass to this left corner, and in potting it, he's going to bring more reds into play. Quite get the reaction off the second red that he would have liked. This pink is onto the middle pocket, but he's very close to it, and it's into a little bit of a blind pocket. Just watch the reaction off the second red here. Sort of goes forward and then comes back. It's a very tough pink to middle, that.
Actually, being on the pink in any way, shape or form is a bonus, really. He doesn't like it, though. It's just a little too smelly, this shot, especially with cue ball and pink so close together.
Yellow ball.
Now is it time for a Judd Trump special? Round the houses. Again, just look at the confidence he plays with.
12.
There's a number of players that would have been so scared to take that yellow on. He just gets down, slaps it in and lands perfect. Back in prime position.
13.
He compiled 3 centuries yesterday to take his seasonal total to 52,
20.
which is the most of any player on the tour.
21.
His first match at this time yesterday morning, he beat Tom Ford 3-1. Both players struggled actually with conditions. The table had been recovered and the cushions were quite dead.
29.
The table improved as the day went on, and I think now it's playing quite nicely, Stephen.
Yeah, you can just see how the cue ball is reacting off the cushions. It looks, well, it looks like normal service is resumed.
34.
You always get a good indication of that with a player like Judd. If he's able to move the white
35.
around and the cue ball finishes pretty much where he wants it to, that's a good sign that the conditions are good, because he's so accurate. Very rarely loses his cue ball, and when he does, he's able to pot his way out of trouble.
And that was a nice shot to be able to play off the black. Knew he could nudge into the reds, open them to a degree, with the certainty he'd be on the one he's just potted.
43. $50.
Could be a small snag here. You see a lot of these shots missed. I was going to say to the far jaw,
51.
not the case there from Trump. Clean, in and out of balk, choice of ball colours.
Yeah, just looking, studying as to where best to leave his cue ball. He's getting close to the winning line here. Took a gamble, trying to go into them. He's pushed one out. He's got this red available to right
55.
corner. Now he's looking for just one more red. That one right in the middle of them will go, so it's brown, screw down the table, big area to play into. Yeah, that's perfect.
$60. $61. $68. $69.
And this is why Trump is a great player, and I use that word advisedly, one of the all-time greats actually already, I think. It's because he has such pride of performance. He wants another century, wants it badly.
$76.
never satisfied when it comes to his stats numbers, his number of titles, prize money, centuries. He wants to accumulate a career CV that puts him right in the highest echelon.
82. £83.
And of course, there is a £100,000 bonus for the first player to make 100 centuries this season. Now, that might seem like an unattainable figure right now,
88.
but you never know with Judd Trump. Still plenty of tournaments left. It's very much an outside chance, of course.
90.
But if he were to make plenty in this group and maybe in subsequent groups, who knows?
It's just that relentless
23.
pursuit of perfection, isn't it, for Judd Trump? He just always wants more, always hungry for more, and always hungry to get back on the practice table, even straight after a win when many others would spend time celebrating.
97.
Not for Judd. Straight back to work, and this is why he's such a great player. He's probably going to go on and smash every record in the game, you would think. At least go close to it.
£108.
Good job. The black didn't matter.
Judd Trump 108 and the frame.
108 from Judd Trump. Quite a way to start a potential fight back. Matthew Selt's lead is reduced to 2-1. It's been a case of marvellous Matt so far this morning. Successful Selt. He's beaten Judd Trump 3-2 to reinvigorate his playoff hopes. And now he leads Stuart Bingham by a frame to 0 again. An excellent performance, making a century.
Not an excellent break-off, it was a strange one. Can Bingham pot this red to middle and get involved himself? Yeah, it was, you know, we see break-offs go wrong, players may catch the blue or obviously leave a long red on, but it's quite unusual the cue ball to catch the jaws of the pocket like that.
Yeah, these two met each other in Group 4 a couple of weeks ago. Bingham prevailed 3-1. But in this group, he's been a little subdued.
Well, massively overrun that one. Obviously, Selt this morning is very much knowing how the table's running. Was Bingham played yesterday, but miles away from getting on that red.
Yeah, Bingham so far, he lost his first match to Judd Trump 3-1 on this table. Then he went over onto table 2 last night, defeated 3-0 by Jack Jones. But he did eke out a 3-2 win over Joe O'Connor late on, and that could be really important. What a shot that is, by the way. What a shot. Not just the pot, but look at the position. Millimetre perfect. And that, Dave, derives from nothing more than confidence.
Yeah, I mean, cue ball on the cushion, you know, it was tough, but he's just feeling good and wasn't punished for his bad break-off by Bingham. Bingham stays on to play Tom Ford to this match. He might have for the different emotions to Selt, though, having not lost the match yet, but if he does, be under a little bit of pressure in that one. He's running out of matches to get in the top 4 and get in the playoffs tonight.
It is a deciding frame finish on table 2. I can tell you, Joe O'Connor levelled the scores in impressive fashion with a break of 128. That's the 5th century across both tables already this morning. But as you can see, it is Tom Ford who has a golden chance to win the frame that matters most.
17.
Matthew Selt can't be concerned about what's going on over there, but I think he would prefer a Tom Ford victory.
24.
Just mind your own business. That's the key in the Championship League. Pot the balls and hope things turn out okay.
Well, it's certainly true your head can get scrambled on the second day of the group. If you made a bad start and you're sort of thinking, okay, well, if I win 2 frames, but what if the other guy? No, just try and win, and then, you know, hopefully you'll be okay.
25.
And sometimes things can look really bleak, and yet you wriggle out of it. Now, that was the case in one group when Stuart Bingham won the 2015 Championship League. That year, he actually beat Selt 3 times in that tournament, including 3-1 in the winners' group semi-final. And of course, the upshot of winning the Championship League, he gained an awful lot of self-belief, and he went to the Crucible, and hey presto, he was crowned world champion.
10 years ago now.
29.
Now, while we watch Matt Selt going about his business, Tom Ford going about his with
35.
not far from winning the match. He's on reds and blacks. Now, obviously, there's a red welded to the side cushion.
72.
In terms of maximums, that's going to be problematic. But this is match ball anyway, so now he can give it his focus. We saw the wonderful maximum, of course, by Sean Murphy on Saturday at the Masters. And, of course, we had one from Jack Jones here in an earlier group. Tom Ford made 5 in his career. And, of course, Joe O'Connor, Phil, made one here last year.
Well, O'Connor had a wonderful chance to make 147s in consecutive frames. It was playing Jack Jones. He made a 73 and missed out when the balls were perfect.
So that red on the cushion, I guess he's got to decide, does he try and move it? Does he try and double it? I guess moving it is favourite.
36.
I think with the double, obviously, he's still got to get on the black, hasn't he?
Come on, Tom.
He's missed the cannon. He's trying to cannon that red below the pink.
44.
Going to be some recovery from here, isn't it?
Oh, the pink is in. The red was going towards the pocket, but of course it didn't really matter once the pink went in. That was the end of break. Nevertheless, yet another century on this wonderful morning's play, and Tom Ford defeats Joe O'Connor by 3 frames to 2. So Ford moves on to 2 points. Now O'Connor, Selt, Ford and Jack Jones all have 2 points apiece. Bingham and Robertson 1 point. Judd Trump sitting pretty with 4. He's okay regardless.
Matt Selt still going meanwhile. Bingham had that early chance. Didn't come to much. Just played a poor positional shot and then seemed to have played a good safety, but Matt Selt knocked in a long red. 52 in front, so not much more to do here to make it 2-0.
55.
Continue his great start to this Tuesday.
$56.
Yeah, big couple of matches for Neil Robertson then. Obviously Jack Jones next. And then later Stuart Bingham. Got to win them both.
$62. 63. $68. 69.
I think this is an indication of just how tough the tour is these days. You're looking at the world number 33, as Dave said. And he's playing like a world beater.
$75. 76.
Well, no obvious reason why he wouldn't make another ton here. Incredible, really.
$82. $83. $89. $90. $97. $99.
Here we go again. Simply outstanding.
$102.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. He's won 5 frames today and he's made 4 centuries.
$106. $111. $111.
The pink is missed, but frankly, so what? Breaks of 103 and 111 so far from Matthew Selt. After beating Judd Trump earlier, he now leads another world champion, Stuart Bingham, 2-0. Stuart Bingham is playing this match. You might be confused as to why you're not seeing him. Well, Matt Selt is dominating the exchanges. Bingham just having the odd shot here and there. But we all know in this Championship League things can turn around quickly.
Stuart Bingham to break.
So far this morning, it's been a century fest. Across the two tables, 7 centuries. Taking the total for the event this year to 95. The record, by the way, 159 a couple of years ago, so that must be under threat. Really good pot, especially in the circumstances. Deserved more positionally.
Matthew Selt.
The next offering on table 2 is now up and running. Jack Jones against Neil Robertson. Robertson has to win that match. No ifs, buts or maybes.
Yes, and he knows firsthand what a tough opponent Jack Jones is. Of course, Jones beat him at the World Championship 2 years ago. And, of course, got in the Masters. And Ronnie O'Sullivan withdrew. Got in the Masters, Robertson. The next player on the list was Jack Jones, and there's only 150 quid between them on the prize money. So it was about as tight as it gets.
That's what's great about the circuit these days. Everything is interconnected. You do well here, that benefits you there. Of course, the big carrot for all of the guys involved in this Championship League is a place in the Champion of Champions next season.
Foul on this, Jack Jones.
We'll keep you right up to date with Jones Robertson. And Bingham finally get his hand on the table. Well, at least he played the shot with an element of safety. That's perhaps the worst strike of the morning in either match from Selt.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing well, but he won't be taking this for granted. He knows what a heavy scorer Bingham is. And there was a bit of safety in mind there as well, so he didn't fully commit necessarily to it. Bingham just looking to get in. This is another chance. He's slightly hampered by that brown under his arm. Maybe made a difference.
Needs the brown and the green to come to his rescue here. Is there a gap to pot the red? No, certainly there is.
One.
Yeah, so this is Bingham's best scoring chance of the match.
6. Seven.
Went over the 600 century mark for his career in an earlier group. That was a nice little moment. And has had a couple of chances actually to make what would have been a 10th 147.
14.
Bingham is in Berlin next week at the Tempodrome. Has a tough opening assignment out there against Tebchar and Nu. Well, I say tough. It might be easy. You never know with Nu. At his best, he's unplayable. But if he has an off day, it can be
21.
one of the easier draws. The difference between his best and his worst is enormous. I think it's fair to say, Dave, you've been out there. The Tempodrome, one of snooker's great venues.
22.
Yes, I mean, actually, the capacity's higher than the Alexandra Palace, which we've just had the Masters. It won't be necessarily full every day, but certainly at the weekend when it goes to one table, that's when it becomes as good as any venue. Because it will be full, and obviously there's no outside tables that you get the whole crowd focusing on the one match.
28.
The referees there, you know, they have walk-ons as well. They walk on to rapturous applause. And it's a very respectful and passionate audience. It doesn't really matter who's playing. They have their favourites, obviously, but whoever's playing, they will
29.
show all respect to.
Yeah, I remember one year Rod Lawler was a surprise semi-finalist, wasn't he? And I think he got quite emotional with the reception he received from that Saturday crowd. Don't know about getting emotional after that shot. Might feel like crying for a different reason, Bingham. It
35.
was totally misjudged. Oh,
36.
that's the pot of the morning. Brilliant.
Yeah, and it went in pretty clean, didn't it? It didn't exactly sort of wriggle in. He struck it so truly. Kept its line.
36.
Yeah, the German Masters, you know, as all tournaments are, as you mentioned, they're all connected. Quite important for Bingham. He's 23rd on the 1 year list, so he looks like he'll be in the World Grand Prix, but then it's the top 16 on the 1 year list for the Players' Championship.
44.
So, you know, he's certainly not guaranteed to be in that. And they're all ranking events as well. If he's got, you know, ambitions to get back in the top 16 for the World Championship and be seeded, then he needs to be doing well in those tournaments. Well, he needs to be in them first, and then needs to be doing well. The Tour Championship for the top 12. He's always a player I would back in the qualifiers because I don't think he regards it as beneath him going there. But even so, he would like to avoid the stress of all that.
50.
Yes, and if he does come through the World Qualifiers, all of the seeds would want to avoid him in the first round.
Well, yeah, I mean, he qualified last year and got to the semis, didn't he? So, absolutely.
He's not as consistent as he was
57.
some years back,
Yes.
but he's still capable of very good displays.
Yeah, I mean, he seemed to be playing very well at the UK Championship, but then, of course, lost from 5-1 up to Zhang Anda. That was a real body blow in a massive event where he felt he was playing well enough to really go deep. That was in the last 16. Beaten Mark Williams in the first round. Well, that'll annoy him. He's left this nasty now, queuing-wise.
58.
I mean, really, with the lead he's got, if he gets on the black nicely there, you know, you can't really see him not winning the frame. But how much of the cue ball? Yeah, you see he's raising the cue. Not nice. Good pot.
It really was, especially playing with a certain amount of side to guarantee position. That was high
65.
tariff. And so he's arrived at frame ball.
$66.
Well, now it's odds on we're going to see yet another
71.
century.
$72. Sem 79. 80. $87.
For those of you who like tight frames decided on the colours, it's not been your day so far watching on, but for those of you who enjoy fluency, heavy scoring,
95.
it's a bean feast.
$96.
21st century of the season for Stuart Bingham. And Matt Selt, you could see he thought this was coming because he left that gap, didn't he? The red to the yellow pocket, and he looked annoyed then. And as I said earlier, you know, he's very well aware of Bingham's scoring power. He's one of the heaviest scorers in the game. So even though he started well, this match has still got to be won. And it could just be one chance per frame needed, i.e. Bingham might only need 2 more and he's the winner. So that's why Selt was looking concerned when he left that red through the gap.
110.
Now, from his reaction there, I think the blue might have just rolled off a true course, but it still went in. Good luck getting on the black from that, Stuart.
121.
Sledgehammer required.
And frame.
You can't get much better than this match. We've had 3 frames, we've had 3 centuries. Selt leads 2-1. It's all about the breaks, you know, today. It really is. We could be witnessing a form of snooker history here. We know that Jack Jones has made 22 centuries in the BetVictor Championship League of 2025. If he makes his 23rd, that would equal the record for most by a single player in one tournament in pro snooker history. And he could do it in this very frame, Dave.
Yeah, that's not a century. He's on 86, so he needs obviously another 14 points. So we'll just stay with this. Yeah, Karen Wilson was the first. Matt Selt himself the second to get to 23. Oh, we'll have to wait.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say it's inevitable, because in snooker nothing is. He'll be a little bit annoyed about that, Jack Jones, even though he has won the first frame nicely. And Neil Robertson again on the wrong end of things. He won his first match yesterday, 3-2 against Matt Selt.
1.
And since then, Robertson, unbelievably, has lost now 10 consecutive frames.
Yeah, Jack Jones will get more chances, but I wonder if it's slightly on his mind now, because you know it's a big deal, isn't it, to set any record.
Well, it is on his mind, because I spoke to him yesterday a couple of times, and initially I asked him, do you know what the situation... Oh, bad miss from Bingham. Initially I asked him, do you know what the situation is with century breaks, and he did. And then, of course, when he made a couple yesterday, then we were talking about the fact he needed one more.
So basically what you're saying is you put him under pressure.
Guilty.
1.
Well, that was an unexpected miss from Bingham, bearing in mind the century just made.
Now, that was a really strange reaction of the white off the pack.
6.
If he's on this red, that really is a bonus, because when you finish in the corner of the table like that with a cue ball, you can't expect much. He certainly has a tough red to middle.
I think that this is one of the reasons we've seen so many big breaks, because obviously the players are really good, that's the main one, but I think in this event they all like an open table, so you know, the balls have been opened early on, and that maybe has contributed.
Well, for Selt, 6.
Now, in the deciding frame against Judd Trump, Trump had a slowly rolled pot to that pocket that caught the near jaw, and that led to Selt's chance, which he took. Is it going to be
1.
roll reversal? I think Selt thought that red was in. Maybe it pulled down a little.
I think he certainly felt that. But, well, let's see. Because Bingham only needed one chance in the last frame.
Three.
Judd Trump fans, by the way, he plays his final match of the group against Joe Connor on table 2 after Jones Robertson, but then we'll be seeing him later in the playoffs.
Four.
But with the black now nicely on its spot, I think it'd be disappointing not to make a few here. Whether it's enough to win the frame, we'll see.
12. Team. 20.
I think it was vital at the very least for Bingham to have some quality table time in this match, because he stays on after this next match here on table 1, Bingham against Tom Ford. And if he were to lose Bingham, victory over Ford would be imperative. Plays Neil Robertson last up when the afternoon stroke evening session begins on this table at 4:30. That's okay. Initially a little concerned, but when he scanned around the table, he realised he left a red to middle that shouldn't pose any great problem. Left 2 actually, but the one that's closest to the pink will afford better position on the black.
$28. $35. $36. $43. $44.
Now that was sweet cueing. He generated the backspin on the white so easily.
Yes, 51.
Just getting the cue ball clean. Doesn't want to risk a kick here because he's taking the cue ball through the red.
$52.
Kicks aren't anywhere near as prevalent as they used to be, but they occasionally crop up. So if there's something on the wide ball, why not get it cleaned? Bit difficult in the shootout though, Dave.
59.
Yeah, that was played here in very different circumstances. Tom Ford, of course, the winner.
60.
Now then, kept going nicely. As I say, though, you know, it's been the pattern that the balls always seem to be open. And this black, and we're going into a decider, barring snookers. Feels like Matt Selt hasn't done much wrong to lose these two frames.
67.
Same was true of Bingham in the first two, really. 2 snookers needed. Selt would play on for sure.
So Bingham 67.
Yeah, I think he's doing the right thing to play on, apart from the fact that he could still salvage the frame. Maybe just knocking a few balls. Get some rhythm going into the decider, which is exactly what he did, actually, in the first match today.
One.
That helps. Of course, Selt will claim that he only gets flukes when it doesn't really matter.
One. Eight. Nine.
So the black goes in. He's 43 on the table. Oh, well, I was assuming the black would go in. That is now definitely end of frame. He turns round to Stuart Bingham, concedes the frame, and again, after taking a 2-0 lead, Matthew Selt is pegged back to 2-2. For the second time today, a decider is forthcoming. It's been a morning of excellence at the Mattioli Arena. Over on table 2, just dipping in there. Neil Robertson unable to make a century break, but he does draw level with Jack Jones at 1 frame each, and that arrests a slide of 10 consecutive losing frames for the Australian. If Robertson can win that match and beat Bingham in his last contest in the round-robin phase, he could yet, well, certainly stay in the tournament, even make the playoffs. As for Stuart Bingham and Matthew Selt, this frame, Dave, is huge.
Yeah, I mean, Bingham obviously is only on 1 point, but he has played at 1 much fewer, so look at it however you want to look at it, but bottom line is they both want to win, and I think they both will feel they played well enough. Certainly Selt, you know, he started with those 2 centuries, didn't do that much wrong. He felt that red sort of didn't hold its line to the middle, knocked a few good long ones in already, but not that one. It wasn't easy, but it's a little bit more on the decider, of course, more pressure. Good cue ball. Selt will go to second in the table if he wins. Bingham, I think, is actually going to stay sixth, just on more frames lost than Jack Jones. They'd be on 2 points each. But anyway, he'd have another point. 2 more matches to play.
Yeah, this is when the groups become really interesting. And of course, with the 5th place player remaining in the tournament for Group 6, you don't get many dead matches in these groups. Maybe 1, possibly 2, but quite often you don't get any at all.
No, I mean, I think always the worst thing is when one player is out, but their opponent still needs to win. You know, it obviously depends who the player is. We've seen some be very professional in that situation. We've seen others with half a mind on the motorway and the trip home. So we'll see. Stuart Bingham certainly someone who always gives everything in every frame. And this is just a little one to ponder here. As I say, Selt's got a good cue ball. Reds have opened up, so there's danger lurking here. He's seen Selt make 2 centuries, of course, so can't afford to leave him in. Certainly giving it a lot of thought, isn't he? Worth waiting for.
What?
May not be on a colour, but he's removed the immediate danger.
Yeah, had he played for the black there, by missing that red, he would have left plenty on. The way he played it, the only red he could possibly leave
Yellow ball.
easy, certainly, was the one he went for.
Stuart Bingham. 1.
Well, we've got a tactical frame. It may be a little tribute to a good friend of ours, Phil, whose birthday is today, Alan McManus, Angles. And of course, known for being a great player, full stop, but certainly tactically, few better.
As is the case when he gets behind a microphone, either in the studio or in the commentary box. What a pleasure it is to work with Alan. Someone who just loves the game so deeply. So in this relative impasse, Dave, you were commentating on the Masters last week. Must ask for your opinion on Shaun Murphy, and not just the way he won the tournament, but also just how potent he was in so many high pressurised situations against some very, very good opponents.
Well, one of the things I dislike the most is this narrative, X-player should have won more. There's only so many tournaments. If someone had won more, someone else would have won less. Shaun Murphy's had a much better career than I think a lot of people realise. You know, he's won all the tournaments you want to win. He's now won the Masters twice. And there's no doubt, you know, these tie-ups with other people don't always work. But Peter Ebdon, you could see the little bit of steel that maybe was lacking. Just that little bit of, Teflon maybe that he needed, just coated around him. He was just staying down on each shot, making sure. He's always been a great cueist. His technique is, one of the best you'll ever see. And just that little bit of something extra definitely helped him. But then, of course, he's up to him. I think he revelled in the atmosphere. He was doing that 360 turn every time he's been introduced. Wasn't overawed. He's always been a bit of a showman. And it all came together for him. I thought he played brilliantly, and I thought he held off, Kyron Wilson well in the final. And they've made the point, various people, that every time the year ends in a 5, he wins a big tournament, because World Championship 20 years ago, Masters 10 years ago, now another Masters. But he may have to qualify for the Crucible, because the actually projected ranking at the moment is 19.
4.
That can all change, but he's not guaranteed to be there. Yeah, I think with the confidence gained from the Masters, he should be okay. But you're right, he's got an absolute wodge of points coming off, because in the spring of 2023 he won the Players' Championship and the Tour Championship, and when those points are removed, you're right.
Good news is he's probably going to be in those events because he's 8th on the 1 year, so he'll be in the Players and looking good for the Tour, so he can earn points from them. Anyway, he's not here. Matt Selt and Stuart Bingham are, and Selt lining this one up. Been a rather edgy frame, this. Still is. I think we've seen more mistakes in this decider than the whole match put together so far.
And that is quite often the case in so many matches over the course of a season. Deciders have their own unique environment, don't they? Look at this again.
Yeah, I mean, in a format like this, well, in any format, obviously knockout even more so, but certainly when you're sort of grasping for points in a very tightly contested table, they all want to progress in this event and do well in it, and yeah, you can tell watching this. Selt immediately, though, gets another chance. I mean, he was knocking these in for fun earlier in the match, and indeed in the previous match against Judd Trump. And that one is in.
1.
And he is on the blue.
Six.
Useful planter now. Looking good. Remember, he was 2-0 up on Judd Trump, pegged back to 2-2. Same thing here. But he found something extra in the decider against Trump, and hoping for a repeat against Bingham.
15.
Too early in the day to start talking about permutations in terms of the playoffs. What I will say is that if Selt were to win this match and therefore get to 3 points, he would be back for Group 6 at the very least.
Twenty-two. 23.
It's a great chance, and I think in any other frame you'd pretty much say you would do it, but just the added little bit of pressure of the decider may be a factor. It wasn't, of course, against Trump. He did get that one earlier.
Twenty-eight. 29. 35. 36.
Apart from the pressure that Dave talked about, no obvious obstacles here for Matt Selt. I can tell you that on table 2, Jack Jones is going to re-establish a lead against Neil Robertson at 2-1. He's on a break of 67 at the moment, just 4 reds left. Of course, we're still on century and record watch with Jones. Ah, he's just missed on 67. The job should have been done, but needing a couple of snookers, Robertson does come back to the table.
Well, I've heard of the Crucible curse. That's more like the Yates curse. That's twice now you've done him.
Yeah, I know. These things come in threes as well.
Ron Pellew, one of the stalwarts of Championship League refereeing, just giving the cue ball a clean. If you're wondering where Marcel Eckhart is, he is here, but he's tournament director this week, running a tight ship upstairs. Now Selt just needs to press on. This puts him 54 in front. Still 7 reds on, so he needs a couple of reds and colours after this black. He'll always do this. He sort of points to where either where he thinks he should have been or where he'd like to be the next shot.
Had to play that with deep screw and reverse side. Not quite the contact he wanted. Maybe that's why he's asking for the cue ball to be clean now. Yeah, didn't get the side on the ball that he wanted, but he's still okay on the red to middle.
$52.
I think the cue ball has travelled just far enough to be on the right side of the blue. Bingham looking a little glum because if he loses this, he has to win his next couple of matches.
Yeah, his last match later on shaping up to be a big one against Neil Robertson. That could be, for both of them, very important. Got one before that, of course, on this table, but time's running out in this match.
58.
In fact, this black to lead by 68 with just 67 on. Snooker required. Well, he's taken these well. It was a very nervy start to this decider, wasn't it? But Matt Selt back in the groove that we saw him in earlier on, and what a
65.
very successful morning session it's been for him.
Well, the numbers are really stacking up for Selt. If he goes on to make a century here, it would be his 5th of the session.
66.
And it would be a rarity because he would have won back-to-back deciders with centuries. That's the kind of thing that was the stock in trade of Selt's great pal Stephen Hendry. Of course, Dave, he won a
71.
decider in a final with a 147, let alone a century.
Yes, against Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Yes. 76.
When Hendry made his comeback, his first opponent was Matthew Selt, and I thought Selt would be under enormous amounts of pressure, and Hendry made a century, but Selt played very nicely indeed in that match. But not as nicely as he's done today. Every credit.
77.
Yeah, some real heavy hitting from Matt Selt.
$82. $83.
Bingham stays on to play Tom Ford, and he's in big trouble there. Just 1 point, Stuart Bingham, with 2 matches to play. Matt Selt goes up to 3, second in the table for now.
90. $91. $96. $98. $101.
Simply brilliant in so many ways. 7 centuries on this table in this session already this morning. And the star of the show, undoubtedly, has been Matthew Selt.
110. 116.
He must be feeling so good. To win back-to-back deciders under the cosh with centuries. That tells you an awful lot. Matthew Selt has beaten back-to-back world champions. First, Judd Trump 3-2, and then Stuart Bingham by the same score. Selt into second place in this Group 5 table. Next up, Bingham will be hoping for better against Tom Ford.
Welcome back to day 2 of Group 5 of the BetVictor Championship League. A very interesting table, isn't it? Judd Trump has already qualified for the playoffs. He's still got one more match to play. Matt Selt looking good now with 3 points, but then it's a real scrap for the other 2 places. Joe O'Connor and Tom Ford on 2 each. O'Connor's only got 1 match to play though. Jack Jones currently playing his 4th match, 2-1 up to Neil Robertson. He's on 2 points. Bingham and Robertson on 1 each. So there may be some big hitters departing. Of course, the bottom 2 players will be relegated at the moment. That's Bingham and Robertson, but it can still all change. It will all change the more matches we play. And the next one features Stuart Bingham against Tom Ford. Well, Tom Ford earlier on with that victory over Joe O'Connor.
Thank you, gentlemen. First frame, Stuart Bingham to break.
Back at the venue where he won the shootout a few weeks ago, albeit slightly different atmosphere and a different format. But Bingham, well, he sat out that 3rd century from Matt Selt, having himself played pretty well in the match. Had a couple of chances early in the decider, but I'm sure we'll feel he needs to win this one now. Well, he's been very fortunate, hasn't he, there? I mean, he was a mile away from the pot. Bingham sort of smiling through gritted teeth. A little apology from Tom. We've each got another match after this. Bingham plays Neil Robertson. Tom Ford plays Jack Jones. So they'll know that's the afternoon session, so they'll know then really what they need to do in those matches. But if Bingham loses this one, it might be too late for him, so it's a big match for him.
Yeah, it feels like a must-win game for Stuart, doesn't it? And Stuart's last match is actually against Neil, so you feel if he's going to have any chance of getting through to those playoffs, he needs to win this game against Tom. Still a very tight group, though. It's good to see. It's very tightly contested. It keeps it competitive right down to the last few matches.
Well, he took on a long red earlier and didn't get close. That one is thundered in, though.
1.
Taking the opportunity to put the black
1.
back into play, which will help the frame.
Well, just to make Stuart's day even worse, he's miscued.
Never a nice sound, is it, that? If you're a snooker player, or indeed if you're anybody.
Yeah, he's right under the baulk cushion there. Very limited to what he could do with the cue ball. You're just trying to push through straight and catch the thin edge of the reds. Just rolled over the top of the white. And worse yet, he has left a red for Tom. It always actually sounds a lot worse than usually it is, but this time he has left Tom in, so it is pretty bad anyway.
1. Eight. Okay. 9. 16. 17.
Ford had a chance for a maximum in the last frame against Joe O'Connor, but there was a red welded to the side cushion, and actually before he got to that, just missed a cannon on the penultimate red. He was going for it. I mean, obviously, you know, it's not quite the stage where Murphy made his last week, but still, it just shows you the players still certain magic around that achievement. We saw Jack Jones make one in an earlier group.
I can see it down there.
Meanwhile, John Pellew just having to deal with something close to the cue ball here. Maybe on the cue ball.
Yeah, that's often the case with the new chalk that the players use. When you do get a miscue, and they are very rare, it quite often leaves a
Okay, thanks.
quite a stubborn mark on the white. Chalk just stays on there. That was in Tom's eye line. He's got a chance. He's high enough on this black to go into the reds. He doesn't have to. He does have red available to the middle. That's what he's decided to play on. But he's slowly running out of loose reds.
24.
Well, it looks like Neil Robertson's run here at the Championship League could be over, because he's about to be beaten here by Jack Jones. He needs this red, and then Robertson's only got one more match to play. He's only on 1 point. He's only won 4 frames, so it looks like he's pretty much out if this goes in.
He's had a torrid time of it here, Neil Robertson. He lost 3 matches yesterday by 3 frames to 0, which, had you have said that at the start of the day, I don't think anyone would have believed you, but it's true. He only won the 1 game yesterday. Jack Jones pretty much just sealing Neil's fate in this group. Disappointing outing from Neil Robertson.
32.
And of course, Jones has become a Championship League specialist, because he's been in all the finals so far. And a good chance to be in the playoffs with a chance to get to another one. There's the handshake. So Neil Robertson, with 1 match to play, he's only won 4 frames. He's looking, well, he maybe could scrape 5th, but he's not going to be in the playoffs, certainly. Looking likely to be relegated. Next match over there is Judd Trump against Joe O'Connor.
And by my count, Jack Jones is £100 away, so just 1 frame away from hitting the £20,000 mark for this event already. So you're absolutely right, he is the specialist this year, and of course the 1 ton away from equaling the record as well.
Yeah, I mean, he'd been here so much, I had visions of him turning up last week when it wasn't even on. He just sort of, you know,
39.
just by rote he sort of came, but I'm sure he didn't. But anyway, he's happy to be back this week. Oh, that's wide. Yeah, well, just as he was going nicely, that was unexpected.
39.
Yeah, that was a complete miss hit from Tom. He's come right across that one.
Tell you, wouldn't have missed that, Stephen. Sean Murphy never missed a ball with the rest last week.
Yeah, ridiculous, outrageous, really. How well did he play all week? Just superb.
He actually messaged me yesterday to ask how many centuries he's on for his career. I told him, I felt like saying, you know, you'd be out celebrating, never mind all that. Stark stats. There was actually a time, I think, when you would have been, but of course now, you know, there's so many events. He'd be getting ready for Germany, won't he? Because his world ranking, we were talking, me and Phil, about the Crucible, it's not nailed down yet. So, brilliant week, but park it now and get on with the next one.
And this is something that I'm sure you know, but we raised the point yesterday, and I couldn't work out
4.
the answer. If Sean, say for argument's sake, was to fall out the 16 for next season's Masters, would he still be invited back? So the 15 players would then come?
Yeah, he'd have to be, I think, defending champ.
Back, okay. Yeah. Okay. Check.
Well, just making sure that this is in the right spot. Very often the players make it harder for themselves in this scenario.
Bit more that way.
Yeah, so he's having it moved into a position where it's slightly more difficult.
Yeah, it makes not a lot of difference, I suppose, because he can see the red on the right side of the table full ball, so should Tom miss this thin edge again, he will be warned. Yeah, and he's still convinced that he can see too much of this red, Tom, so fair play, just making it a little more difficult for himself.
Yeah. It was close. Yeah. Still worked.
Well, if he goes any further that way, he'll be snookered on it. About bang on, he says, so just looking for a thin contact. Yeah, which is what he got. Bingham, sure though, just delighted that Tom Ford missed that red with the rest. As it stands, Bingham and Robertson in the relegation spots, but Bingham has played 4 matches, Robertson 5, so Bingham could still get to 3 points, and then that would give him a good chance to be in the playoffs, or certainly 5th.
Knowing Stewart, he's probably a dead cert to make the playoffs. This goes to show, though, the first day, you often try and gauge an impression of how the group is going to play out, but it doesn't always work that way. You can lose multiple matches on the first day and still scrape through. That's the beauty of this format. Well, that was a brilliant shot that he's found there. That was ultra thin, very close to the top cushion, that red. Had to catch the paintwork. Okay, it may only amount to just the 1 point, but he's retaken control of the table.
Still at Bingham. 1. Foul and a miss. 4.
These tables are quick, but
Still
this
at
would
Bingham.
literally have to be made of ice for that cue ball to have reached.
Yeah. Foul
And
and a
again,
miss.
hasn't really got
4.
close to that
Still at
red.
Bingham.
As a player, you know that's a huge misjudgment once again. So possibly the table isn't running as quick as Tom thinks it should be. I know he's played a couple of matches over on table 2. Well, his last match, or his first match of the day today, was against Joe O'Connor on table 2, and I suppose that's one thing you've got to deal with. Just adjusting to the conditions, and that's gone wrong.
Yeah, you heard the loud sigh. Tom Ford leaving this red to middle.
One. Foul.
The disappearing shot.
So Bingham 1, 6, Tom Ford.
Well, you'd be pretty happy with this if you was playing billiards.
Foul.
Unfortunately for Stuart, that's not what we're playing. Just trying to manipulate a little bit of angle, try and arc the cue ball around the yellow. To do that, he needed to play that shot with pace, but in the end, he played it with a little too much pace.
Well, Ford's had a look and he's decided to put Bingham back in. Judd Trump and Joe O'Connor have begun their match on Table 2. That's live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
One.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot from Tom. He was sort of backed into a corner there. The safety shot from Stuart never really left him too many options in terms of getting the cue ball back to baulk. Although it did leave that little tempter for Tom, and he stepped up and knocked it in very, very nicely. Sometimes when the shot is almost decided for you, the fact that he had no other options, it sort of just allows you to commit that little bit more to it. It was a brilliant strike from Tom.
8.
Yes, it makes up for the earlier miss with the rest, and now
14.
looking to put the finishing touches to this frame. And the safe balls are not his problem, are they?
15.
We'll need this open red and straight on the blue, so taking the pink. But they're the two balls he needs now. And he's missed the pink.
Tom Ford 15.
Yeah, he didn't like it, and he didn't look all that comfortable over the table. He was struggling with a bad back yesterday, and I don't know if he still is today. He didn't really cue it or strike the ball with much authority there. I thought he might have tried to just punch that in and try and hit the ball a little more positively. Yeah, and there Tom just said to Stuart, it's so slow, isn't it? So that tells me that the fact he's come off table 2 from his first match, table 2 is obviously running slightly quicker than this one. And it's not an issue. The players are very able to adapt quickly. It's just whoever adapts quicker usually.
Bingham won't like seeing the black go there. Obviously he's 47 behind, but his frame could have been over a couple of times.
One.
I don't know if it's the bedcloth that's necessarily running slow, or the fact that because these tables were reclothed for yesterday, maybe the cushions are still playing a little bit spongy, and that can often slow the cue ball down a touch. They looked very soft yesterday, the cushions. That will sort itself out over the next couple of days.
5.
Well, this would be some clearance, wouldn't it? Look at the table.
Six.
Certainly would now. That's gone badly wrong. He can still mathematically win this frame, but it's getting harder and harder. 41, 43 on, yes, but that's with blacks. And the black is safe at the minute.
Yeah, and worse for Stuart, he couldn't even see the black to try and promote it, so it really is a tall order now.
Tom Ford, though, he was the victim of that unbelievable Mark Williams clearance, wasn't it? The Tour Championship in their decider, 9-all it was, and the balls on cushions, and Mark pulled off a miracle break, actually.
Tom doesn't want to bring that black off the cushion, and he doesn't really want to give Stuart a free chance to do it either, so he's just got to be a little bit careful here. If he rolls the red up to the black, that then gives Stuart a chance to bring the black out. Probably like to play the red closest to the black and just drop the cue ball north side of the black, thus covering the red closest to the right corner, but he needs to be careful where he sends the red. Definitely doesn't want to play the red closest to this right corner pocket, because that surely would provide a chance for Stuart to snooker Tom. Yeah, he's done well there. That's a good shot. Didn't look much, but it was what could come after that shot that Tom was concerned with. Well,
Foul.
that is an absolute disaster for Tom.
7. Stuart Bingham.
He's trying to thin off the red closest to the green and get the cue ball back to baulk. He's missed the red, and not only that, he's brought the safe black into play that Stuart needs.
Foul.
Free ball as well. He laughs and sarcastically says, "Great shot." It was far from a great shot. It's one of the worst shots he's ever played.
Black ball.
Oh, and all of a sudden, Stuart's got a great chance. Isn't it amazing how quickly these frames can turn?
1.
Yeah, I mean, we have the hot shots, we have the shot of the championship. If we had the opposite, the worst shots played in the tournament, that would win, I think, just because he was in absolute control of the frame. And now he's opened it all up.
the shot that he's tried to play, the thin edge on the red, there is every chance you can miss it, but it's not something you ever consider when you stood behind the ball. And the last thing he would have considered, that missing the red would have brought the black into play as well.
9.
But now I'm sure he'd be very anxious sat in his chair as he watches Stuart at the table. He's got the perfect angle on this black to just float across for that red down the rail. The pockets are playing generous. He won't mind taking this down the cush. Well, dear me, how has Stuart even got a chance to win this frame?
16.
He's maybe just come up a fraction straight on this red. But he doesn't need the black from it. He can take any colour. He could even screw up for the blue and just leave the cue ball somewhere near the jaws of the middle pocket.
$17.
The key shot now is clearly yellow to green. If he gets that right, he goes favourite. He needs to leave his cue ball in a pretty precise spot here. Mind you, any sort of shot at the green,
22.
I'm sure he'll take it. Considering a couple of minutes ago he could not win this frame.
24.
And now he's one good pot and one good positional shot away from doing just that.
Stuart Bingham, 24.
Well, as you see, he's missed the green, but this frame's still very much in the balance. 10 points in it. Everything is possible.
It's landed a little awkward this as well, because Tom doesn't really have the free shot to attempt the green into right corner because the black's in the way, so he's only got a safety shot available. So this frame is now all about this green. Clever shot that from Tom, using the pink and the blue as potential snookering balls. Keeping the green in one half of the table, the white in the other. Just maximised his chances.
So the chance does fall after all to Ford. He needs green, brown and blue to win what's become a much closer frame than he would have liked, but the main thing is win it. Yeah,
3.
Bingham had a chance at the green, didn't he, when he was making that seem like unlikely clearance, but just didn't pot it.
Selt.
So this blue still required for Ford to account for the opening frame. And it sort of
12.
wobbled its way in, didn't it? It wasn't clean, but it's in. And he'll be relieved because that frame that he was dominating suddenly got very close.
18.
But it does
on the
go
frame.
to Tom Ford, who leads Stuart Bingham
Tom Ford.
1-0.
It is a day of very high standards in terms of century breaks made, and also in terms of drama, because this table is so tight. Neil Robertson obviously detached at the bottom, but with that win over Tom Ford, Stuart Bingham has reinvigorated his chances. He's got 2 points. He's got one match left against Robertson a little later on today, at 4:30 in fact, on table 1, so he's right back in the mix. Same thing for Ford, Joe O'Connor. Jack Jones and Matt Selt are looking healthy, especially Jones with 3 points from 4 matches, and we know that Judd Trump is going to be in the semi-finals regardless. It looks as though O'Connor, after being 2-0 down, sitting out a couple of centuries from Judd Trump on table 2, is going to get back onto level terms at 2 frames each. It's been another remarkably high-quality match. Breaks of 120 and 135 from Trump, then 103 from O'Connor in frame 3, and he's bossing this one as well. So it seems as though his fate in the tournament is going to rest on what will be now, Stephen, a deciding frame.
How good has the standard been today, Phil? It's just been centuries galore and a chance for Joe to make another one, which will be the 4th of the match over on table 2.
Yeah, I'm going to do some arithmetic in a moment. I reckon we're getting close to 100 centuries.
Okay. The first frame.
For the tournament.
We've actually just surpassed it. Judd Trump's 135 was the 100th.
Well, there you go.
And talking of centuries, wouldn't it be something if Jack Jones could make 1 or even 2 in this game to take the record from the very man he's playing?
Yes, lots riding on this match, because I think it's fair to say these two will be back for Group 6 at worst. But if you were to win this match, well, whoever does so will be guaranteed in the semi-final playoffs. Up in the players' room upstairs, they've erected a dartboard, and Matt Selt was having a few throws 15 minutes or so ago. From the evidence that I saw, he's not quite as good at darts as he is at snooker.
I tell you, he is a handy dart player, and I caught the end of what was an incredible display last night in the practice room. Judd Trump's brother, Jack, he's an absolute machine on the treble 20.
That individual is unfair. He's made 147s. He's broken course records on golf courses. He's good at darts. It's just unfair. I don't think people in the snooker world realise just how good a golfer Jack is and was. And of course he's won national junior titles at this game.
And Jack Jones this time taking the chance to get into the pack, and he's played it so well. Okay, he's lost the cue ball a fraction.
6.
Ideally, you want the white to stay in the middle of the table, but the fact that he got such a good split on the reds, they have gone everywhere. He would have been so unlucky not to have landed on one, and he's landed absolutely perfect. Well, this really is a good chance now. Okay, the pink is somewhat out of commission. Blue available into both middle pockets. The black should be available into both of its pockets after this next shot. He'll look to try and get rid of that red right of it as quickly as possible.
Well,
as Jack's going about his business here, I can say that Joe O'Connor did convert that chance into a century, and he's got the colours off the spots here. for a 140. In fact, sorry, it's a 138, which of course will eclipse the high break by one that is currently held by Tom Ford. He had a chance yesterday to make a 141, Joe O'Connor, missed the last black, and here he is at the table on 116. 138 on. What a match that is. Back-to-back tons to start from Judd. The response from Joe O'Connor has been back-to-back tons. Surely we're destined for a black ball finish in the decider.
Great stuff from Joe O'Connor. Needed to win that frame to really boost his playoff chances.
27.
Really boost his chances of survival in the tournament. Didn't just win it, he won it with the highest break of the group so far. Could well be £500 better off as a result of that. Mind you, given the standard, I think we're going to see plenty more big knocks.
Yeah, Jack with a chance to register a big one here, although it's the frame that he's most concerned about. All these reds are just kind of in the way of one another at the minute, although they all do pot.
34.
It is a good chance to score, but he just needs to be mindful of his cue ball. Each time he plays a shot, he needs a lot of precision for this break.
36.
Needs to keep his focus high.
Eight. 39. 44.
We've seen some extraordinary days at the Championship League in terms of the quality produced. But I think this is the best ever session.
44.
14 centuries in this session. 14. Bear in mind, that means we've seen 14 centuries in 5 completed matches.
$50.
Well, he's edging closer to the winning line in this frame now, Jack. Just needs to steady himself. He missed a red against Judd Trump last night on 63 in the first frame, and it pretty much cost him the match in the end because it completely killed his confidence and just zapped anything from him. Judd went on to win that game quite comfortably.
59.
He doesn't want to make the same mistake here. Needs one more red.
Yes, and when this goes in, he can concentrate on
56.
equaling that world record. $67.
Now, he'd probably like to pot this blue, play for the red nearest the pink spot, and then potentially play for the pink, because in potting the pink, he's just looking at that now. If he gets on the pink, he can just stun the cue ball for the 2 reds into the right corner pocket. He could still get there from the black, of course, but the pink would be an ideal ball to play on. Looking to be just low on this red.
72.
It's the wrong side, so change of plan.
73.
And that's perfect. So as he pots 1 red, it will release the other.
80.
The only thing really that's standing in his way now of making this century is that red on the right side. He needs to get right in behind that at some stage.
81. $88. 89.
And that looks absolutely perfect. Just roll the cue ball through, try and get the white on the side cushion, anywhere close to that side cushion, and he'll have a shot at the red.
$94. 94.
Welcome to the record books with this blue for Jack Jones. He equals the record of Kyron Wilson and
100.
the man he's playing, Matthew Selt. 23 centuries in this tournament. Wilson did it in 2021. Selt did it a couple of years later. And now Jack Jones, he's on the same page.
105. 109.
As David Hendon reminded me this morning when we were chatting, Jack Jones only made 18
114.
centuries in total last season, and he got to the final at the Crucible. So to make 23 in one tournament, what a leap. A leap of excellence.
120.
127 from Jack Jones. He takes a 1-0 lead over Matthew Selt and marches into snooker's record book. You know, a few years ago, the PGA Tour Golf in the United States had that slogan, "These guys are good." And that absolutely applies to the World Snooker Tour right now. They've never been better as a collective. And I think that's been underlined here today. Centuries flowing like fine wine.
Everywhere you look today, there's just a century break. It's been remarkable standard. And there's still plenty more snooker to be played. I have to agree with you, Phil. This has certainly been the best session of snooker in terms of standard-wise and break building that I've seen for a long, long time.
On table 2, Trump is in first in the decider against Joe O'Connor. Not especially important for Trump, but vital for O'Connor. The likes of Ford, Bingham, Jones and Selt would love to see Trump win that match.
Just came up too straight on that blue.
6.
So had to leave this red from distance. It shouldn't be an issue.
Gone off from the bump of the middle pocket can be a hindrance. It worked out nicely for Matt Selt there. The cue ball was going close to the side cushion. Now it's been promoted into open play, as it were.
Well.
Judd Trump absolutely in prime on table 2. Is it possible we could see a best of 5 where all 5 frames are played and every frame in that match features a century? It's entirely possible.
18.
Yeah, looking at the chance that he has got, you fancy him for it as Matt goes into the reds, and the pink was slightly detached from the top of the pack there. He had to catch it full in the face. He didn't, which is why there was no movement to the reds.
We have visual confirmation that Judd Trump is going to defeat Joe O'Connor by 3 frames to 2. He wobbles the black end, but the break continues. You know, the old-timers would not have believed this, a best of 5 with 5 centuries.
Well, we used to get a round of applause for a 50 break back in the day. There could be 5 tons in a row in this match and they'll be able to hear a pin drop. Tough crowd.
And there's no doubt in my mind that Trump is here, yes, to win groups, to win cash and to win the tournament, but he's also here to make centuries as we see an absolutely spiffing pot.
What a pot that was from Jack Jones.
So red and high value colour, and it would be a full house of centuries in this match.
96. 4. 5.
Wish I'd bought my thesaurus because I've run out of superlatives.
Yeah, it's just brilliant. There's no words. It's just brilliant. From both players, what a match that has been. Joe O'Connor's played his part in an absolute Championship League classic.
7.
Yeah, over the years we've had numerous matches where someone has won 3-0 with 3 centuries. But we've never had one where it's been 3-2
11.
and exclusively centuries from both players. Just the small matter of 130 total clearance to finish off from Judd Trump. He's had the breaks 120 and 135. As for Joe O'Connor, 103 and 138, the highest break of the group. For O'Connor, must do better.
17.
How cruel is that for him? His campaign now over. His life in this tournament dependent on other results.
He's just landed a little close to this red to play it to right corner. Unless he's got an angle enough on it, he can get the cue out of there as quickly as possible. He's getting the rest. Oh, there you go. He's got plenty of angle, so it's no problem at all. And in playing that little cannon, he's just brought 3 more reds into play as well, effectively.
25. 32.
Well, his facial expression doesn't seem that positive. Is he on this red to left corner? Not sure he is, and it's amazing how he's not landed. He's landed in the one spot where it's very awkward now. He's bridging over these 2 reds, trying to drop this red in the middle. And played it at such a pace. He wasn't all that confident over that shot. Well, he's had a big let-off there, Jack Jones. He played that red to middle, for me, too quick. Sort of half-heartedly, maybe played with a little bit of frustration. But that was a wide from Selt. It looked from that angle, he could certainly see enough of that without having to impart any side spin on the cue ball to turn the red over. But again, he's not been punished, or has he? Well, look at this. Oh, dear me. He was nearly back in his seat by the time that red dropped.
Is that Artemis Zizins in a Jack Jones mask? No great exclamation of woe from Selt this time, but he must have felt like it.
7.
It's such a cruel game because he's played a couple of shots out of pure frustration, Jack. The fact that he didn't land on the red to middle a few moments ago, he's played a couple of quick ones.
14.
How lucky has he been there to see that red go in? Dear me, we've seen some flukes in the Championship League, we always do.
15.
And that looks a pretty routine one, I suppose, from some of them we have seen, but could be a very important one.
Yeah, I think the most outlandish fluke in snooker history occurred in the Championship League. One from Scott Donaldson, which you have to see to believe. It's on YouTube if you want to take a peek. But Donaldson's fluke wasn't as consequential as the one we've just witnessed.
$28. Jack Jones 28.
But it did not directly lead to frame being won. The red wobbles. 42 the difference, 51 on.
One.
Well, he tried a little clever one there, Matt. Cushion first, popped the red, and then fancied the cue ball to go close in, making a little contact to those reds that are close together, the two. They've just given him a bigger target to play on them to. These reds, they will pop to the right corner pocket. He's got to swing the cue ball around two cushions, try and come across the face of the green, over towards that left side. It's a good line, it's a very good line. How's the pace? Not strong enough.
5.
Well, he made a real hash of that one.
Matthew Selt 5.
Actually, the way he played it might have left an easier red than this. Even so, this is frame ball. With the rest, very missable though.
Jack Jones 1 and the frame.
And the split second the red went into the pocket, Matthew Selt conceded. And so Jack Jones, having a great time of it in the Championship League as a whole, leads this match 2-0. The action on table 2 is now concluded for the session.
Frame.
Just one
Jack
match
Jones.
to go in this morning stroke afternoon. Jack Jones looking for the one frame he needs to rubber stamp his place in the semi-finals this evening. This is a man, of course, who in the first 4 groups has reached the final on each occasion without being able to quite get over the line.
Yeah, it's an incredible run in this event so far, isn't it, for Jack Jones? Just to get through to the playoffs in each of the group is a good enough achievement, I suppose. But the fact that he's been in every single final, he's played some brilliant stuff.
And of course, by winning the first frame of this match, he took his total earnings from the event to £20,000. Now, Selt was unlucky in the second frame when Jones had that preposterous fluke. This time, though, Selt has been on the right side of fortune. OK, he's left this red from distance, but it's no bargain. Total miscue, nothing left. Selt's verdict, that's sick.
Look at the smirk on his face as well. Oh, another Selt classic. It was a bad miscue actually from Jack. That could have finished anywhere. He was almost a certainty to leave Matt something, but he's left him nothing.
So Jones, his progress so far, beaten in the final of Group 1 by Hossein Vafai 3-1. Then he lost 3-2 to Sijawi in Group 2 from 2-0 up. He was 2-1 up on Kyron Wilson in Group 3, lost that one 3-2. And then in the conclusion of Group 4, he was heavily beaten by Mark Selby. And that will greatly boost Selt's mood, especially if the black goes.
And especially after Jack has just stood for a few moments chalking his cue, looking at his tip with an anxious look. Matt Selt actually, from his seat, made a comment, just asked, is it all right? I think both players knew that the tip was all right. And then he's floated the long red in.
8.
Selt sitting in the chair looking as though he's got a dentist appointment. He might be extracted from this group. Actually, I don't think that's going to be the case because he's got 3 points, but he will be very annoyed that the golfing gods have turned their back on him. Or the snooker gods, I should say, not the golfing gods. The snooker gods have turned their back on him in this match so far.
$60. $70.
Quickly got the black into open play, Jack. And the reds are spread nicely. His full focus here will be on winning this frame at this visit. He wants to try and keep Matt in his seat. Just keep him wound up, really. The fact that he didn't leave anything from the miscue.
25.
Keeping Matt Selt wound up isn't too difficult, in fairness. That's what makes him such a good player to watch.
$32.
Well, we've not even considered the fact that he's taken reds and blacks here, Jack. Not quite drawn out the start of this frame, but they are nicely spread, and he has taken blacks. Now he's got a little corridor. He doesn't have to play it. It is a gamble, but a little corridor through the reds to just bring them all into play here. He's looking at it. He's very, very tempted to play this shot. Just a little gap to play the cannon to the red next to the pink and the one left of it. He should be on one to right corner. Joe's against it. He might need to play that shot at some point.
40.
Well, this most sparkling of sessions, is it possible it could be capped with break building perfection?
Of course, he's already made a maximum in this event in one of the earlier groups.
48.
First of his career in a professional competition.
Yes, this is the only tournament where a player has made two 147s in the same event. That distinction falls to Mark Davis.
49.
He needed that cue ball to run on, and it hasn't. He's landed the wrong side of this red. Obviously, he can pop the red still, but he has to go up for the blue, and he can't really jeopardise the frame to stay on the black. I think he missed a trick a few moments ago, Jack Jones. I might have been tempted to play the cannon through the gap. That would have definitely brought every red into play. Is he trying to stay on the black here? Oh, wow, what a shot he's played.
57.
Well, he's going for it. It's as clear as day. That's his mind made up. He's not won the frame yet, mind.
And think on for a moment. If he does make a 147, of course, that is a century. It would be his 24th of the tournament, and that would be a world record in itself. So he could tie one world record and he beat the other.
He's got one more cannon to play here, and it's not guaranteed to go right. The three reds just south of the pink, none of those reds will pop. In a few shots' time, he'll be looking for a low angle on the black, presumably, or a high angle. Either way, one or the other to try and get into them. Well, he's took the chance to play it there. Now, is he on one? Can he get through to the red just past the pink?
72.
And remember, when you're on a maximum and you make 72, you still haven't arrived at frame ball. This is it.
73.
Now, full concentration, full investment can be placed on the century and the max.
Well, it's a wonderful chance now, because the red beneath the pink, the one at the bottom, that will pot to this right corner, and he can land on it in such a way that he can just flick the other red away from the pink as well. He can play it from this shot. Yeah, he's just ran on a touch too far, but he's always got another red to middle.
80.
10 reds, 10 blacks, so more than halfway there.
81.
Again, another very well played positional shot. Had to get high up on that red.
88.
It's wise to keep that red left of the pink, the one that's in open play there, because in playing for the reds beneath the pink, he's always got the chance to land on that loose one. Just maximises his chances, and he's
18.
not got into that one as well as he would have liked. Wanted to be low on this black, and he's just landed the wrong side of straight. Now he's got work to do with the cue ball, because again he's looking to get on his red in such a way to get back for the black. Trying to get across the face of the pink, and he's played it well. The red at the bottom of the pink will pot.
96.
Not very often you have a chance of a maximum in a frame when you have a violent miscue. Come on, Jack, keep it going.
He's looking at the red beneath the pink. It will pot, but he'd love to be just slightly low of it. Then he can flick the other red away. He's looking at taking the more difficult red here, purely to try and find that low angle on that red. This is missable. But he's played it very well. That cue ball just needs to run on. Well, he might be forced into playing the cannon here. Still the chance of the maximum. This black for a world record.
Well, how can you break a world record and feel disappointed? Right now, Jack Jones does. And of course he's broken the record that's jointly held by his opponent. Can Jack Jones pull out something extraordinary to keep this 147 attempt alive?
What does he do here? He's got to try and play the double, surely. Or the triple. It's the double. It's close. Oh, it's in. Wow, what a shot that is from Jack Jones. But he's got to follow it up with this black. Come on, Jack.
Short of where he wanted to be. Has to go all around the houses now.
112.
Can he find the right road?
Now he's got to really nip into this cue ball. Get that white side cushion, baulk cushion. Preferably in between the green and brown, back down the table. A little grimace from Jack because he knows. Is he topping it through the yellow and brown route?
$113.
Well, he's already produced one miraculous shot. This would be even more so. Not to be, but what a way to finish the session. Entirely appropriate, given the sparkling overall standard from all of the players involved. Jack Jones has defeated Matthew Selt comprehensively, and that's why he's into the semi-final playoffs of Group 5. He's been in the final of the first 4 groups. Can he get there again? Matthew Selt has 3 points. He's still looking okay. And of course, the other questions will be answered when we resume here at 4:30. What a session, though. Century breaks galore. And in the end, that world record 24th from Jack Jones. That's the most centuries by one player in a professional tournament ever. So congratulations to the Welshman. Congratulations also to Judd Trump, who is through with 5 points. Jones, the same on 4. And then we've still got some action to come in the round-robin phase in the second session to determine who will join them in the semi-finals later on this evening. We know that Neil Robertson, I'm afraid, is going to be eliminated from the tournament. That is a given he's only got 1 point from 5 matches so far. So the action, again, will be coming your way at 4:30, not 2 along to 8 this time. 4 matches played on table 1, all very quick, all very fluent. Let's hope the standard continues this evening. Robertson comes back at 4:30 to take on Stuart Bingham in a match that Bingham simply has to win. Over on table 2, well, play will begin with Jack Jones, the Century King, against Tom Ford. Look forward to your company then.
Zoom short.